Is that really it? Whoops. Excuse me. What? I get reward from here? What? I feel like his damage is so random. God. Oh, come on, man. I hate the clutch claw sometimes. So bullshit, dude. The fucking angles you get launched off at because the assist, you turn like... It's so hard to describe. It's so fucked up with certain weapons when you claw on. See how the camera does, or like the character does that like weird slow pivot? Cool. Yay. What the fuck are you doing? And don't, if anyone sees this in the future, don't you dare use the, just let him play the way he wants to play. No, no. There's a certain extent of being a fucking douchebag that is just not tolerable. Not everyone gets to be a snowflake. And this guy is a fucking snowflake. He doesn't even attack. Monster can't even attack him back. He still doesn't even attack with his weapon. He spends his entire time standing away from the boss. At this point, I'm just I'm following him around so that the monster has a higher likelihood of hitting him. But then again, he runs a fucking defense build with Divine Blessing 5, Tool Specialist 5, but he's not using either of his tools currently. He doesn't use Affinity Booster. He doesn't use Health Booster. He just runs around doing this. This is the fucking most sorriest excuse for someone playing a game I have ever seen. Where even their build doesn't benefit their playstyle. And look, he's still so bad, he spends his entire time running around the monster and still gets fucking hit. It's fucking hilarious. You're gonna stand in the health booster? Oh, wow. An absolute fucking disgrace. Don't judge the way I play. I play my own way. Honestly, this is the perfect example of why Kinsects shouldn't deal damage. Come on, buddy. Stop moving. Stop moving, buddy. Can toss. My controller's shut off. Weird. That's a freaking... That's an experience. I hope I never have to bear witness to another build like that. Unless there's some sort of meta where that's better DPS than just tagging. Like, I can understand if the monster's moving around somehow that would be better. But, like, when the monster's knocked down because you knocked it down or someone else knocked it down, why not just tag the monster and hit it with your fucking weapon? You have a rarity 10 weapon with health regen on it, and yet you only use your Kinsect. It's gotta be a kid or something like that. I can't imagine anything other than that. He doesn't want to use bowgun because bowgun requires ammo. He doesn't like bow because he hates having to do something, I guess, because he might as well just be using bow. But I guess it doesn't cost stamina. So he's just using Kinsect like a frickin' bowgun, pretty much. Which is just... I can't get over how frickin' stupid that is. I mean, whatever works, works, but we would have been killing those monsters at least 10 to 15% faster. If he had just, I don't know, attacked with his weapon. Besides accidentally attacking when out of combat. Because he presses the circle button. What?
People on time.
How's it going? Hasn't been too long. You played this with me like, what, a month and a half ago or so? I mean, that is a little bit of a while, but...
Heard about the new trend on Monster Hunter now. About the game saves getting longer.
Of course. Happens with any game like this. They've been doing mods on PC since it came out, pretty much. Yeah, I've seen people with save edited stuff. There was a guy who was bragging in my chat about modding in all the new jewels like less than a week after the game came out because he didn't want to have to find for them. And I'm just like, do you even like playing the game?
My friend did it for PS4 and now he got all the weapons and 999 gems and his excuse was I just like to go on and kill the monster and pass out.
Well, that's the funny part is I'm always like, so if you were already going to play the game, why aren't you playing the game? Because they can't have the build they want, and then when they have the build they want, it sucks, and then they don't play the game anyways. The guy who save edited his stuff in on my friends list doesn't play the games that he save edited his stuff in anymore. Because why would you? What benefit do you gain out of doing anything? You don't. Then you just end up becoming a troll in hunts half of the time. Like the people who are going around now trolling people with the snowball things.
Which I find stupid to do since it takes out all of the fun out of the game.
I wouldn't say it takes all of the fun out. I would say it takes the drive to play it out. Thanks, bomb guy. With your Zora Magdaros sword. Oh wait, no, I think that's a custom augment. Because I'm pretty sure the Zora Magdaros sword does not max upgrade into an axe. Don't. Oh, you bastard. Bastard. Shit. I love how slow my stamina's going up.
Having content after they save edited the game.
Yes. They want there to be 5,000 different monsters in the game. Ooh, they used a voucher. I wonder if I can eat another meal. Or if I'm too full. You're too full to eat again. I just ate a well-done steak, though.
The funny part is that this is his first MH game.
Yep. Yeah, that's just how most people do it nowadays. The second they find out they can have everything, it's the definition of you don't you teach a man to fish. You don't just give him the fish. Because then they'll just take and take and take and take until they have spoiled themselves. People do it with Borderlands as well. They hack all the guns in, save edit all the guns into their inventory, and save edit everything into their inventory. And then they're like, well, what's the point of playing the game now? Because now, like, I can go and farm for legendaries, but what's the benefit of the legendaries? I already have them. It's like so... Honestly, because it's an online influence game, I would argue that that is like a bannable thing, but...
The sad part is that I introduced him to the game and now has bragging about having more stuff than me, like WTF man.
Yep. did he save edit in any other games? Because that would have been a clear indicator that he wouldn't have sat through it. Because he was probably looking something up. If he wasn't a save editor prior to Monster Hunter, then he was looking something up and then abused whatever he could find to get the stuff, because he probably was like, how do I get the gems? And then he saw the people posting online like me about how they spent 1,600 hours in the game and never got a single artillery jewel. But have 4 attack jewels. Now I have like 9 because they drop so easily now. And they're not worth as much because they changed the rarity and everything. Yeah, people like that are the people I don't play games with. Those are people you can't play games like Neo or anything like that with them, because they automatically go the route of least resistance and then are like, look at how good I am at this game. It's the equivalent of someone in Minecraft being entitled to hacking a bunch of diamonds into chests. And then if someone came in and griefed their hacked in items, they would get like angry about it, even though they literally like save edited it in. That's a hard sentence to say. Yeah, you just have to avoid those people, dude.
I told him that he could get banned for it if people reported him, since he has all of the Sophie weapons too. And max Sophie items too.
Yep. I'd just stop playing with him, to be honest. I can't imagine him being a very fun person to listen to talk about how he did absolutely nothing to get everything. And then act like you're not as good as him because you didn't do the same thing. Act their master rank and hunter rank higher, but the way that you can tell if someone has done that is when you look at their guild card, because it won't say that many quests complete. It's very obvious with some people when they save edited shit in, because they have hardly any time in the game and they have like a maxed out set of like basically perfect armor with the most optimal jewels. They have like 3 attack jewel 4s and stuff like that, and you're just like, okay, bud, sure.
The sad part is that he carts all the time with the weapons and armor max.
Yeah, because he's shit. I mean, I card all the time too, but only on Tempered Elders. On most other things, I don't. He's probably going to look up how do I make my character in Monster Hunter invincible. He's like one of those dudes that plays Dark Souls but turns on invincibility so he can literally just walk through the game killing stuff and nothing can do anything about it. Those were the kind of people who played those old school games where you could unlock a god mode and just be and vulnerable to everything in the game, that kind of shit plagued those people. They just don't learn how to ever play the game, and then when you tell them to play the game normally, they can't.
Don't get me wrong, I car too, but I keep trying to be honest if I wanna grind the monster.
I very rarely play this game with people who actually invite me or see me. Because there are, like I said, a lot of people now who are doing that. Hell, even some YouTubers.
I'm just going to avoid him, like not play with him on PS4.
Oh, shit. Wake me up!
Don't meet the kind of toxic people in this game.
I wouldn't even call it toxic. Those kinds of people shouldn't be playing games like this. They should be playing games like Call of Duty, which were the games they started playing. Those types of people just don't have the mentality for third-person action games that you make the content. You can decide to stop playing whenever. You don't have to have every single thing in the game at your disposal when you wouldn't even use half of it if you did. You wouldn't even use 1% of it. The only thing you're going to use is stuff you see online in a build video, and then you're going to complain about the build sucking because you don't know how to play the game, and the game isn't about a build. It's a skill game. Oh, that's an attack flinch. That's gonna hurt. Yeah. He's tempered. I didn't even realize that. Oh, shit. I forget he can do that when you're on him with a switch axe. Help.
He copied it since he started using launchers now, and I told him he knew.
Yeah, the build I'm running now is about as close to glass cannon as you'll see me get, and there's no glass about it, because I have health boost. I'll show my build. Part breaker. This is a build. Technically, this build is more for Sappy Jiva.
And then he complained about it since it only uses 2 health gems when has used the 7 death and 3 health.
Yeah, he was probably like that guy earlier in my game who was using the Kinsect glaive. Level 7 defense, level 5 divine blessing, level 5 tool specialist, and never used his tools. And only used the Kinsect attack. He never attacked with the actual weapon. I didn't know if he was trolling or, like, I couldn't. Because he wouldn't even respond to me, like, trolling him for a little bit when I was trying to flick him through the air. And he had zero response to that besides just to continue. And I was like, is this a bot? Did someone manage to make a bot for this game? Because that's honestly what it felt like. He would just get hit by the most... He would walk into attacks. Like, if there was a little red circle on the ground where Stygian Zinogre was going to put a red beam or a red lightning bolt, he would just walk straight into it and just take damage. He would take damage from literally anything that would come towards his character. He wouldn't ever roll. Ooh, that's the good stuff right there, dude. That's the good stuff. Giving him a rinsing. What a zoomer. Is he like your friend in real life? I would be scared to know that person, to be honest. He's captured. Oh, hello. Someone's pet. Oh, he's gone. Alrighty then. Ooh, all the good stuff. Your friend would probably be the type of person who would see my guild card and think it was save edited because he did everything himself. Even though, no. I'd be like, no, the character just legitimately has 2,600 hours on them. Whereas yours probably has like 300, if that. You don't even know how to play the game, and yet you want to have the best stuff in the game. The game gates you on skill level for a reason. Although some of the monsters are a little bit bullshit. I think personally one of the stupidest decisions in the game's progression, for the vanilla game anyways, is making you fight the dual basal tempered. Like, that is the most extreme thing to force a player to do when they don't have augmented gear or anything. It's literally the most bullshit thing in a Monster Hunter game in terms of, like, gating you, content gating. It's ridiculous. But in Master Rank, there's not really any monsters. I got brick walled at Barioth for a while, but that's because I suck at fighting Barioth in the previous Monster Hunter games, and in this game they just made him even faster, which makes me suck at fighting him. Plus you have to use the clutch claw mechanic, which is just a dumb added mechanic in the game that I really don't like, because Barioth used to have weaker wings. They weren't gray damage by default, technically. So it was just a lot easier in general. In this, you have to somehow manage to clutch claw onto him, and then manage to get your clutch claw attack off, and that's only if you're using one of the weapons that actually weakens the first time you hit it. If you're using long sword, sword and shield, dual swords, any of that stuff, you're going to have to do that twice on a monster that constantly moves and uses its entire body as a hitbox. That kind of shit, like, I kind of feel like they designed most of the monsters and chose the monsters before they came up with the clutch claw mechanic. And they just kind of tried to make it work.
Max attack, max crit boost, almost 9-0 affinity on the new Sophie weapon without agitator buff packs my glass cannon beal.
Yeah, I don't like using that kind of stuff. Not that you can't make it work, I'm just not good enough at the game, and I know my own limits. I made builds like that in early high rank stuff, but I was never good, like I said, I just never good enough to actually make it worthwhile using, unless I was just doing like speed kill shit for the hell of it. Which my definition of a speed kill is still like 4 to 5 minutes on most things. Although I did manage to get a sub 5 minute high rank Nergigante kill buffless with the lance. But that's like, high rank Nergigante is the perfect monster for using the lance. Just the way it's designed and stuff like that. All of its attacks and everything, there's no like weird bullshit. Yeah, from the start of the quest to the quest ending. I have one uploaded on YouTube that's like 5 minutes and 12 seconds that had like a couple fuck ups in it, but that one I didn't record because my fucking, for whatever reason, the share button on this controller is like really stiff, so I clicked it in thinking it would pop up, and for whatever reason Monster Hunter causes that menu to pop up slower. So I hit it a second time thinking it hadn't popped up yet, and it just went boomp boom. And I was like, fuck! Because you can't take the clip after you do that. Because it resets the fucking recording thing. But yeah, I did it with the Devil Joe Lance in a high rank. But that weapon's kind of broken in a high rank in terms of its stats comparative to almost all the other lances. It is just so much better. the negative 30% affinity actually didn't matter on the lance, because even if you didn't crit boost it, it was still better on average than other lances with like critical stuff on, just because of the significant increase in base damage, which in high rank, once you got past a certain base damage with the lance, you would hit significantly harder. For whatever bloat value reason, you'd go from hitting like 80 to 90 a hit, and all of a sudden you'd jump up to like 100 to 110 damage just pressing the circle button, and you'd literally be hitting like a great sword draw attack every couple cycles.
Yeah, totally because of the effective raw damage.
That's the problem that I was talking about with like the lances that come from Safi Jiva, is why do the lances get such high base damage in comparison to other weapons that get incredibly low base?
Joss weapons have really high raw damage for no reason at all.
You see, it has the same base damage as Velkhana's lance. But if you look at, for example, this, where is my 1134 with ice of 270? It's the same. $12.96. Why is this so low? I don't know. I would have liked their base damage to be higher, because currently Wei Zhang's weapons still have just a higher base attack value than, unless you stack 4 attack up 5 plus 1 level 6, you can make it, I think, slightly better. But that's like dumping everything into that and not getting any sharpness or anything like that. I don't even remember. I think I have the Wei Zhang Greatsword as my only one. Wait, I have a long sword that I put most attack up on. This one right here has 3 attack up 5s, has a 990.
Cats without any awakenings.
So it's actually higher damage than the Gold Rathian ones currently. But again, I put defense on it because defense AUG is so good. People sleep on defense AUG and defense increase in general.
I got lucky with the attack level 6 on my longsword.
Oh, I could get attack level 6. I just choose sharpness because it's probably the most efficient thing to have. You will get more damage over an extended period of time by just having a higher amount of sharpness, because you'll spend less time in the lower sharpness grades, which are a significant damage downgrade than white sharpness. So always try to have like a good chunk of white sharpness. And as you can see, if you look at like these two side by side, having sharpness 6 gives you the same amount of white sharpness that you get from ruinous extermination, except for you have less red on the back end, and you can get extra sharpness to get purple if you want, with just one instance of sharpness. Attack up 6 doesn't offer the same amount of utility that sharpness increase 6 does. At least if you're going to have sharpness on a blade that has attack stuff on it, just do the attack 5s, because attack 6 doesn't give any... It doesn't give a significant enough of a change. Just go with an attack augment if you really want to. Because you can have over 1,000 base with these. If you go 4 attacks and then 1 with the sharpness 6 on it, you'll have over 1,000 base, and you'll still be able to increase it further with attack aug.
Like 2-0 attack.
Yeah. I think it actually gives like 17 or 18, but I also think that it depends on the weapon. For example, on hammers you get way more attack than if you do it on a dual blades. Because I believe it's percentage based. The way it determines how much it increases. But that's just... I don't actually know that. I'd have to see someone's data mined stuff to know. I need to do more Safi Jiva stuff so I can get some more Draconite.
They were talking about the different scales on weapons, and I typed the percentages by weapon category.
Yeah, I'd assume so, because that's just how attack works on any weapon. This blade is maxed out currently, so I don't really want to change anything on that quite yet.
Do you think poison is good since everyone likes to run the gold weapons now?
Poison? I wouldn't say good, mostly just because almost all of the Safi weapons have an incredibly low amount of ailment, so good luck applying it regularly. People act like it matters, it doesn't matter. So many, like the bosses, if you could imagine the boss having an HP bar for poison, 240 poison a hit on like a 5,000 HP bar poison thing that you have to fill up in order to poison the monster is not worth it. And the people who keep peddling the idea of it being worth it don't understand how elements work. Because you have to also factor in the fact that poison isn't applied on every single hit. It's only applied when it triggers. And that application rate is 240 at a time. And like I said, imagine an HP bar with 5,000 poison HP. And you have to fill that bar to get it to poison the monster. And then when you fill that bar the first time, that bar goes up by 25%. And all of a sudden it's 7,000 that you have to fill out. Why do you think the Pookie weapons have like 700 to 800 poison? Because even to poison a Master Rank monster, it's going to take you forever. The only reason it happens with the Rathian weapons so frequently is because people just play aggressively with those weapons. And there's normally several people using it at once, and everyone contributes towards the poison meter. It's just like Blast. Yeah, see, on this it's only giving it 12 attack. Which, I mean, is good, but I don't know if it's worth having over a level 4 slot in this case. I'm trying to get max long shelling, but I have never seen it appear, and I'm starting to think that it can't. That it doesn't exist. You have no idea how many things I've put into this trying to get an upgraded long shelling.
So you can only have one level 6?
Yes. It overwrites another one. Like, is there a shelling long 3? The world may never know. It seems to be one of the most elusive and rare things to get, if it isn't a thing that exists. That one didn't even give me shit. Holy crap. I have seen that setup several times already. The Bury Off Hidden Art with the Odogaron below it. This is cursed RNG, dude. Shelling wide, 1. Wow. It's not even wide level 2, it's just wide level 1. Sadness. Shelling normal 1. What is this RNG, dude? Like I said, I think it just doesn't exist. Well, nope. Curses. You want to see the weeb pose?
Pat's fully awakened?
No, I don't think so anyways. Because the one isn't level 5, it's only a level, it's a rarity level 4, not a 5. The Shelling Long 2. I do have a fully awakened weapon though. I have my hammer. That was the first thing that I made. Where is it? This is fully awakened. It's a Eye of Sauron. The weapon is pretty much. The eye closes when it's away.
It looks like one of the weapons of Soul Calibur. I think the character was called Nightmare.
This is also fully awakened. I like the look of the longsword. I wish the greatsword looked similar to it. The greatsword doesn't have enough actual metal. That's my problem. I like how this looks like someone took a fish hook and straightened it out. Like if you curved that in, it would be a shark fish hook. Got the barb on it and everything. But the greatsword looks like freaking, in my opinion, it is the worst looking thing out of the bunch. Like, what is this? What is it? What is this thing about? It looks so low resolution in some areas. It's not... Like, what is this torn cloth shit that's on it up here? It just... This looks like a weapon from another Monster Hunter game got ported into this game. But yet, this is somehow a brand new weapon.
Fishing in a while, man.
just, it's so, and I understand it's out of focus. That's not the part that I'm talking about. Here, I'll just go into... Why can't I do that right now? Fine then. How do I go? Is there a up and down? Oh, the D-pad. Hello? Uh-oh. They aren't even gonna let me zoom in on it. It's like, what is this, dude? What is this? Why is this the worst looking thing in the entire game in terms of resolution of the texture? It's so bad looking. And I hate to say that because when you come up here and you just look at this part of the weapon exclusively, this has such a better texture on it. This part, at least it looks better. That shit down there looks terrible. When you compare that to something like hold on, I know what's a good comparison in terms of model, since it's the same category of weapon. This is a high rank weapon, right? Look at how much how much better this looks. It's not that it's higher resolution per se, but the actual texture and the way that it's done just has so much more shading in it. Because this is basically the same kind of design. It's got the wrapped cloth on sort of like a bone-looking weapon. And that looks so much better. Just the design of it in general looks so much better. Or hell, even like the model of this thing. Look at the texture map on that. It's got like 2 layers of texturing, where it's got the bottom layer where the like edge of the blade is, where it's like you can see the difference in between the blade edge, the like what the hell do they call it, the bevel, I think, where that's a different color and a different reflectiveness than the edge of the blade. And then you have the part at the top which has that like rough looking texture, and then you have the engraving that goes up it. And then even just the sheath itself. Look at the resolution on that compared to the fucking greatsword. It is not even comparable. They almost look like they're from two different games. Just the way that the blade looks, dude. It's so good. How you can see the edge. There are so few games which do that right. You can even see it when you go along here. See the edge? See how it's like extra thin and shiny? They don't go through that detail with a lot of the other weapons in this game, but this one they did. For whatever reason. I guess they just love their own katanas. If you want to have your Odachi looking weapon. Very nice.
Are you excited for Neo 2?
Did you not get to see the streams that I did on it? Of course I am. It's one of the few sequels in a game that's going to be similar to the game that came before it. It's not going to try and revolutionize and change stuff. It's just going to add more mechanics. And then you have all the fucking dumbass people online who are like, Neo 2 is so much harder, and blah-de-blah-de-blah. And they're the type of people who are like, they refuse to use living weapon. They refuse to use yokai skills. They refuse to do magic. And they wonder why the game is harder. Because the game is designed around those three things being used at the same time.
Dude, that week I was so busy and I couldn't play it on the open beta. Feels bad now.
You couldn't? Oh, dude. Me and my friend Hyro played it probably every day it was open, just co-oping with people. I think I got to like level 70 or something in it. I had all the weapons with max proficiency and stuff like that. I don't know if you want me to spoil how any of the mechanics work in that game, if you never got to see what the alpha or anything looked like. But some of the base core mechanics are different. And I'm not talking about in combat. I'm talking about the way that leveling up and how skill points work and stuff like that is a bit different in Neo 2. Quite a bit different, actually. But I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Die Schneegel. You're in deep schneegel, mister. I can probably improve this build. Though I doubt you could make a weapon that has as much element as this with one of the Safi Jiva weapons. That's the only thing that I was kind of let down by, is that you really can't go crazy element with those weapons. If you still want to go crazy element, you need the custom augment weapons. Those go truly crazy, because that's what this is. This is a super buffed elemental charge blade, and it's not even like maximum element either.
On Asafi was 760. I think.
Well, that depends on the weapon it comes on as well, if I remember correctly. Certain weapons scale better with the element increases, like great swords.
Dual blades caps on 300.
Not that great swords are good for element, I'm just simply stating that they tend to have higher element values due to the fact that they need it to actually have it make a difference, which it still doesn't, because really if they want an elemental greatsword to be good, like the Kirin great swords and stuff, they need to just make the damage like 1,000 element and just have the base damage be like a couple hundred. Sorry, my fucking hair got all fucked up around my microphone. I'm long haired, so I don't know for how long, because I've been losing a lot of it. I don't know, I'd never go element. Also, you're gonna have to give me a minute. I wanna, as much as I hate to do it to him, I wanna have a smoke. I'll still be on mic, but it just takes me a minute to get outside because it's so cold around here that I have to put like my jacket on and stuff. Then I have to put my controller in my jacket so that the frickin' mic cord doesn't freeze solid. I'm not even joking, because that will happen. I had it happen to one of my microphones before and it ruined the entire thing because at where it got frozen, the copper on the inside snapped. There was a aminal that went by. I see their fresh tracks. Cursed aminals. I think it's someone's cat.
In getting to the long hair too, lol, I only shave the sides and just use a hat or a beanie.
But yeah, if you don't care about systems in Neo being spoiled, let me know, because I will continue to talk about that if that's the case, but if not, I'm gonna stay silent just so you can figure this stuff out, because I know some people just like to figure stuff out on their own. I'm one of those people, so. That's why I hate whenever Monster Hunter has an update, because even in their notifications they show a spoiler picture of what the monster is, and it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't even get to see the monster in the game before it's spoiled. It's like 2 months before it comes out, some guy's data mined what the next fucking monster is gonna be, and it's just like, come on, bud.
New mechs and stuff.
And then they themselves, I don't know if they still do it, but they used to stream every new monster like a month before it came out. They would stream them taking it down. And they'd have a sequence that almost felt scripted that would happen when they did it. Like when they were going to release Devil Joe, they had one that showed off the fact that there was a turf war in between Devil Joe and Basil. And it was like, they must have done that knowing that the mission had that or whatever on it. That's the only thing I can guess anyways. And it's just like, come on, guys. Like, really? You're gonna do this to us? Then they streamed them doing Behemoth. Again, like a month before it even came out. Because if you haven't seen anything about Neo 2 yet, then there's a lot of changes to, again, just the way that you level up. Even the stats have changed slightly. Like the names of stats and the names of skills. Like Final Blow is no longer called Final Blow. I can't even remember what it's called, to be honest, in Neo 2. But a lot of the stuff have had their names changed. Like the skills names are changed to be more like actually English, instead of it being like, I can't even remember what it is in Neo 1. It's like received elemental attack damage. And then it has a plus next to it, and it's like, so that increases the amount of elemental I take? But no, it actually decreases it. It's just the English is so fucked up on it. Now it's like elemental damage res or something like that. That's the only stuff I'll say, just because that stuff's unimportant, but I'm not gonna say anything else. Besides the fact they just changed quite a few things. But nothing in like the... Oh yeah, no, they did change something in armor. Not spoiler or anything, you already know what inheritables are, but there's no longer familiarity on armor. No inheritables or anything on armor either. I don't know if that'll change in between the beta and the final version, but that was one thing I noted that I was super disappointed with, because you can't put attack on all your gear now. Inheritables still exist on weapons, though. You still never done Behemoth Extreme? Or Extreme Behemoth? When I got my first kill on Extreme Behemoth, it was with 3 people using charge blades. They were all using the same Diablos variant of Colvey's charge blade, and every single one of them was doing the same exact thing, and I was just sitting there with my hunting horn playing buffs for them pretty much the entire time. Wide range healing every single person whenever they would get hit and shit like that, and I was basically babying everyone. Because I was like, I want to get this done. I just happened to get lucky. Honestly, that's all it is getting lucky with the people.
Since they ran out of rocks.
Yeah, you have to have a good inciter. A person who keeps the aggro. Normally a heavy bow gunner or a lance user. That's what I tried to do for the longest time, was beat it with lance. But I couldn't. I could block stuff perfectly fine, but I'd always end up in the situation where I'd lure the monster into a bad spot on accident. And having master rank stuff doesn't matter when you go back and SOS high rank shit, because it nerfs your nerfs your capabilities. Excuse me. Oh, that's what I was missing. Fuck, dude. I wish there was one more row in the item pouch. If it had one more row, it would be so much better. Have you ever used elemental stuff against things that are super weak to elemental stuff? If you haven't, then you'll be able to see just how much damage you can get out of it when you watch this.
I have.
Hello? Oh my god. Why'd I turn around? Bring it on. No. What? $200 damage a file, no big deal. $170 damage a tick file. Damn you! It's so much damage with this thing. And I don't even have it fully elemental. Like I said, you can actually deal even more damage with it if you really want to. Slide zone. Oh! That thing...
Okay, question. Have you ever heard the term trap before?
What do you mean? In terms of like music or in the game? Are you just making a joke about the fact I just killed the monster because I'm an idiot? But it also didn't show any single sign of limping or anything? It should have limped back. Why wasn't it triggered to go back into the cave? The turf war like fucked it all up. I hate me. I hate me.
Like the term of Shez a trap? Like man dressed as a female but have delicate features.
Well, yeah. What makes you bring it up is what I'm asking.
I had an argument with a friend and he says that's not gay.
It's only gay if the balls touch. That's what they always used to say around here when I was younger. It's only gay when the balls touch. Just visually, if a person looks like a woman, it does not make them gay. What makes them gay is bending over and then sucking that person's dick. That would definitely be the case. How did I let myself get hit by that? Shit. What, you got what you wanted?
Like he got all defensive about the topic because if you're a guy and like a guy that looks like a girl but it's a guy, I think it's gay cause it's...
No, because attractiveness to sex depends upon what gender a person looks like. Like I said, the gay part would be sucking that person's dick. That's when it goes full-blown gay. Like, if there was a trap that looked female enough that you could be attracted to it, would you consider yourself gay because it looks like a woman even though it's not a woman? That would mean that any man could be gay without having the context to it. Because if someone walked by on the street that was a very convincing trap, then that's like, it doesn't matter in a way, is what I'm saying. It's like if you had a female that was doing the same thing, but the opposite, where she looked like a male, was really buff with like a six-pack, like crew cut, stuff like that, didn't have female features at all. Would you consider it gay if a woman liked them? Even though they both have that. Even though, again, like, we're talking about just the looks here. It only becomes gay once you get to the actual sex part. That's just how that kind of stuff works. If you're just talking about, like, attractiveness on a physical level, it's not gay to like someone who's the opposite sex, or who's not the opposite sex that looks like the opposite sex.
My friends has a Discord channel and he post like, anime, trap boys with full-blown dicks showing and shit, and I called him out cause I'm a mod. Hey man. How's
it going?
Treating you?
Alright. So far. I would definitely say that makes your friend gay. Definitely. Whoops. Should have probably changed before I did that, but whatever.
And it's a gaming channel, but he made an SFW channel without any consent from any of us and post that kind of stuff, and I got demoted for Cal.
Sounds like you need new friends. If I'm being completely honest.
To be honest, man, they be kinda wilding.
That's not even the part that matters. It's just that they're like, when you're self-convinced of your own nonsense.
I don't care much, but I am super excited for RE3 Remake.
Yeah, I don't play those kinds of games, dude. They don't last me long enough. If they were like $15 games, then yeah. To me, I'll only ever pay $60 for a game like Monster Hunter or Neo or Borderlands. why would you do anything other than that?
Yeah, I plan on getting it.
Like brand new? Like, I just could never see getting those types of games when they come out. To me, they just don't have the same value. Devil May Cry 5 is about the closest I get to that.
PMC5 doesn't he get enough credit?
I don't like the game too much, to be honest. And I really only came to that after they released Bloody Palace. I can't say I didn't enjoy playing the game. The first couple
I know
difficulties.
the story isn't either, but combat's pretty decent.
Well, even that's kind of fucked, because you don't get one of your core mechanics until you've already beaten the game, pretty much. One button on your controller is inactive for 90% of the game when you play through it the first time. To the point where I changed my control scheme, and then once they gave me the Devil Knuckle, I was like, well, I'm never going to use this because I have my control scheme too fucked up, and it was on like the square button, and I'm like, never using that. Holy shit, dude. Doesn't it do? I want him to get over here. Just dulling my weapon.
Not gonna lie, I was rusty as hell with Dante the first time, lol.
Well, he's not the same. they changed some of the core combat mechanics with Devil Sword Dante once you get that. Couldn't remember what it was called for a second. You can, once you beat the game, you can go to the pro mode that lets you have each individual version of the sword. And I think that's the best one. Because then you can actually throw the, what the hell is this skill called? What the hell is the skill called where you charge up the Sword of Retribution and then you throw it and it goes... and it makes the blade go out and spin on its own. When you do the advanced mode with Dante, you can throw that with one weapon and then swap to another one, and that one will stay out there spinning. And you can do some really, really cool stuff with it. The only one that I ever remember the voice line of is the one for the frickin' bikes. You like juggling? You like juggling? Because you'll do it by accident so many times that you wish you hadn't bought the skill. You like juggling? Also, welcome back, Kyle.
What about Balrog when you charge up?
Which charge up? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or the, it's time to play now. Because there's two, technically. In fist mode, he counts up to 10. And then you get the increased damage with the fists, and then in kick mode, you do the dance by holding triangle that boosts your kick.
What you said first.
Yeah, the count up. If it also wasn't for the fact the game like cooks my console, it doesn't make it overheat, it just makes it really loud. I would probably go back and play it just for the fun of it, but I already uninstalled it from my console. Maybe when PS5 comes out or something, if they let me re-download it, then I'll try and see if it runs alright on that. The cutscenes and the in-between mission level select is like so graphically intensive on the console, I don't know why. The only weapon I don't like is the motorcycles. But you have to use the motorcycles to get one of the purple orbs, if I remember correctly, because you gotta stay in the air for more than 10 seconds. And the easiest way to do that is just use the motorcycles and keep doing the launch attack. And just launch way, way, way up. Or get a triple exceed. Get a full exceed or a max exceed, whatever you want to call it. Get a max exceed as Nero, and you can go up really high, but I don't think you can do that mission as Nero. I think you have to do that as Dante. So, with Dante, the only way to do it is to just Trickster jump really high and then swap to motorcycles in sword mode and then do the back circle.
And load PS4 games on PS5.
Yeah, me too. Because that would be swanky as heck. I need to go put health augments on more stuff.
60 FPS and 120 FPS.
$120 FPS is asking for a little bit too much. Unless you want the game to still be displayed at 720p. Getting 120 frames a second, 1080p. Maybe. Maybe with games like Neo. If they do like a Neo 3 on PS5 or something like that, then maybe. Maybe that'll be one of the games to push that limit, because they already have unlocked frame rate in certain menus in that game. And even though you can't physically see it because the console can't display it higher, you know that it's higher because your console will go up on high rev. Like when you're at the blacksmith. The blacksmith menus and everything are at an uncapped frame rate. That's why the blacksmith menu and the blacksmith in general in Neo makes any console turn into a jet engine. Not literally loud. Again, mine doesn't get loud, but it makes the fan kick up pretty high whenever I go to the blacksmith. Even in Neo 2, it did the same thing. Which, by the way, did you ever play Neo 2, Rasan?
I sure did.
Excuse me.
No more crumpling on human bosses, LOL.
That one was pretty bad.
Alright, and going to go to bed, man. It's been a long day today.
Have a good one, dude.
Take care, man.
Feel free to play with me anytime if you want.
Nice talking to you.
Go away, Legiana. That's a shrieking. If you say shrieking wrong, it sounds very close to saying Sea King, a Pokemon. Goodbye.
We'll try to get on tomorrow a bit since I've been kinda lacking in MHW. Is this Beyond 2.0?
No, that was troll. Nope. Oh, cock. This area really sucks to fight him in. He's also giant. Shit. Oh, I barely even saw him. Get out of here! You're poop! Oh, really? Help! Oh, jeez. Oh, Rick. I literally, just retarded. That was what you call full retard. shit! You fart burglar. Actually, no. None. 1 second. Man. we want to go with. Excuse me.
I am still really tired, so I am gonna head off again.
Well, see you around.
I'll see you later.
You freaking narcoleptic.
No.
No, I didn't want to use both charges. I was trying to dodge out of it with all the power in my being. Fuck, dude. That attack I hate so much. What the fucking hitbox? Let me out! What the fuck even hit me there? It wasn't his fucking hand. You fucking... This is such a cockamamie ass hitbox on that stupid fucking attack that hits you every single time. Sorry, I'm trying to look up what that craftable item is. This is the quintessential reason why just about every video game community is bad. And turns out it's to the Resident Evil event that I didn't participate in. But I'm on that page, and there was a guy who's like, the guy who made the initial post was like, hoping that the new item was Mega Dash Juice. And someone was like, they can't add Mega Dash Juice in World. Not happening, because that would make the bow the most overpowered thing in the history of Monster Hunter. The sheer DPS on bow when you spam the dodge and power shot is fucking insane. They literally cannot add Mega Dash Juice without breaking the game. And this guy, who's clearly smarter than your average cookie, is like, in the old games, regular Dash Juice gave unlimited stamina just like Mega Juice did. Only difference was the duration of the buff. And then another guy is like, you think bow is the problem when Zinogre Heavy Bowgun exists? And then they both argue about what's better. And then the guy starts talking about TA runs and stuff like that, and it's like, what game are we playing? What is this game about? Fucking people take this shit too fucking seriously when it comes to speed kills. Holy fucking crap. Even the guy who was like arguing back to the dude was like, the stuff you're talking about and the stuff that you were mentioning does not apply to 99.99% of players. So why would you mention it as if it matters? It doesn't. Fucking cock. Like, I hate that. You can't look anything up online without there being some guy who's like, well, sometimes I'm that guy, but I'm at least that guy knowing very well that what I'm saying is at least partially true. Of course, when you talk about video games, everything is subjective. But in my opinion, there are certain things that are objectively better about certain video games. For example, it's objectively better game design to have a camera that clips through walls and makes you be able to see your character no matter what. Ergo, For Honor. For Honor has one of the most ingenious camera systems for any third-person action game. That is, it doesn't matter what third-person action game you're playing. If every third-person action game had a camera that functioned like For Honor's, every third-person action game would be so much better, because no one would complain in Dark Souls about your camera colliding into the wall and then being shoved up the ass of your character when there's a big monster on the screen. No, you could just pop the camera, zoom it out, and make the terrain see-through as you're moving. It's that easy. Do most developers do that? No. But the ones that have made it work very well. And you very rarely run into camera issues in those games. Regardless of what the content of the game is, that is an arguably... well, not arguably. It's an inarguably better game design decision. Regardless of what game it is, it's better. If the camera worked like that in every other shooter, people would love it. Or not shooter, but you know what? Third-person action game is what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm trying to put some gloves on. So I can have a smoke real quick. But that's my problem, personally. Like, I bitch about stuff in this game all the time, and have bitched about the developers, like, doing stuff that's just completely fucking either broken or arbitrarily stupid. They nerf one weapon instead of another one. Why did Switch Axe need a mandated patch randomly? in that they're not gonna say that they patched in yet. There's no fucking reason why you need to release 2 patches in the past, like, 2.5 weeks. One to fix a glitch with the hero pose, which is important because the pose broke the game. It, like, literally made the game crash in some instances. But the... Fuck, I can't even remember what I was talking about, because I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, the patch notes. Why they patched the game for the switch axe fix, which was a glitch that existed in 1150, but they didn't fix it, and it doesn't even seem like it did a whole lot. Apparently what they changed was whenever you were trying to use like the elemental discharge on a thing's head, and you would randomly be placed onto the wing or the foreleg of the monster, which, I mean, still happens. Earlier, I was fighting one of the monsters, and I hit the front legs with the switch axe, and then it teleported me onto the tail. Or you do it from, like, one side of the monster, and you end up on the other side of the monster. That happens all the fucking time. It's not even, like, a rare occurrence kind of thing. I know, because I was using it earlier, and I used it for probably like an hour and a half, and that happened to me still several times. So, I have no idea what the fuck they fixed, or what they thought they fixed, or what they thought it was broken. I would need to see a clip of what they would consider what they fixed. Honestly, they just need to make the body part stricter when it comes to where the thing will decide to put you when you poke into the monster. It's the same thing with the clutch claw. The clutch claw needs to be stricter, because sometimes you'll clutch onto a part and it'll just put you on a completely different one than you clutched onto. Like, a monster will be laying down on the ground, you want the clutch claw onto its head to put it into a wall, and it clutches you onto its foreleg, even though there was no possible way for its leg to be in front of its head. It's ridiculous. It's fucking cold. Why is it so fucking cold? Oh. It's 2 degrees. It's so cold that your pants get stiff. Like, if you just wear normal pants outside like I am right now, the actual fabric gets stiff. Everything, when you walk on it, like every piece of wood and everything, makes a creaky noise. That's why shit in the north doesn't last as long as it does down south, because shit just gets destroyed by the constant freezing and reheating every year. Porches, the wood always gets split, like ours. There's a bunch of splits running down some of the boards. They're not rotted though. They're still solid. Oil truck. Some kind of tanker truck. There's not that much moisture in the air, though. There's none left from when it was warm just a couple days ago. Or warm-ish. Way that you can tell is there's no frost frozen on anything. The only frost that's frozen is on windows near the house, because houses have humidity, and so it freezes on the outside of the, or the inside of the window freezes a layer of frost on it, normally. And the outside, too. But mostly just the inside. That's why I use double pane windows up here to create insulating layer. You have the layer, the screen layer, then you have a layer of glass, and then you have a space, and then another layer of folding glass panels on the inside. That's how most windows are designed up here for that reason alone. Most windows, anyways. My next door's neighbor's house that was built in like the 80s doesn't have windows like that though, so he has to put insulation up around the windows if he wants it to stay like warm around them, or else you always feel like the slight bit of cold air coming in through them. With the dual pane windows, the air kind of stabilizes on the inside a little bit. That's why I can keep my plants close to the window and have them not get cooked when it's sunny out. Because most of the heat is in the gap. Sorry, I'm having indigestion because I keep eating shit. And I need to stop just eating stuff. I have this stupid video stuck in my head right now that's called "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared." Specifically the first one. I have the part where they say, where she says, green is not a creative color. And I don't know why I keep thinking that, and I keep laughing at it in my head. I laugh at it for multiple reasons. One, because I know someone that has a kid that they named Green. His name is literally Green. Like there's multiple facets to the reason why it's so funny to me in my brain. I know most people won't be able to understand that, but... Hold on, actually, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Then we'll get back to playing.
Hiya. Muted.
Oh, I am muted. God damn it. I kept hitting my microphone thinking that it was unmuted. I'm so sorry. God damn it. The, like, switch wouldn't go down.
All good, man. One 0 p.m. and it's 3-4 degrees Celsius sad.
That's rough. It's like 61 Fahrenheit in here. Which I think is like, I think that's like 18 to 20 or something.
You got a spare room, LOL.
Yeah, but that's the indoor temperature. Currently it's 2 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which is like negative 10 to 15 Celsius.
I'll take freezing temps over sweating any day. But anyway, how are you doing today?
I'm alright. Not really that far into the day yet. It's only 6 a.m. 6:30.
That's good to hear.
To win. Oh, jeez.
Went out today, the whole place is hazy, not sure exactly, but I think it's all from the fires in New South Wales.
I've never really ever experienced a forest fire or a brush fire or anything like that in my life. I've always lived in an area that gets 2 to 3 inches of rain a month. At least. Currently there's like 6 inches of snow on the ground.
I'm in the western suburbs of Melbourne, so I've never experienced one either, but only the smoke as a result of bushfires outside of the city. Even she pronounces it wrong. Emoji face with rolling eyes.
Melbourne? You ever been to Melbourne? To be fair, when you say Ozzy Osbourne, how do you pronounce his name?
There you go, LOL.
If you want, I could go full bogan. Full-blown bogan. Explodo! Damn you. You managed to capture it. I wanted to kill it.
I pronounce it how you said his name, haha.
You say Melbourne? Ozzy Osbourne? Melbourne? But isn't it Melbourne? You gotta make sure that your breath stinks of beer when you say it that way too. Wake up to a fucking long neck.
Wait, no, I thought you mean how do I pronounce Ozzy Osbourne?
Ozzy Osbourne? I think would be funnier though. Well, yeah, but I was saying...
Have you seen that VB long neck video?
Yeah. That's what I was referencing. Yeah, fucking baby long neck. I love that video. Baby. Just the way he says it. Gets me every time.
$20 to 8 in the fucking morning. The funny thing, he's a council worker as well.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Sorry, I know I said earlier I wasn't going to eat anything, but I wanted to eat something real quick. As long as he's not driving, I don't see him making...
It off.
What do you mean? I've been like eating all night. That's why I said earlier. I've actually gained weight in the past month, which is weird because I've always been less than 120 pounds my entire life.
Oh okay, I get you now. Also yeah, as long as he isn't driving I don't see the problem, haha.
And I know that might sound like I'm really skinny, but that's also because I'm really short, so. I'm only like 5'3". I need to probably start eating more protein. Although I do kinda already. But it also doesn't benefit you unless you're in ketosis a lot. Which is something I haven't been in since I did sports in school.
I'm probably not gonna stay much longer. Getting tired, doubtful I'll be able to fall asleep anytime soon with this heat, but I wanna at least.
Is it dry or is it humid? Because if it's dry, just get like a washcloth and run it under some water. And as weird as this is gonna sound, put one on your feet and then put one on your forehead. And that'll make you feel cold in like less than 5 minutes.
Extremely humid, and the cool change isn't expected until midnight.
Yeah, it doesn't help that much in a humid environment. Do you guys not have AC?
Also, that doesn't sound weird at all.
Well, I forget I'm talking to someone who's not from America. The scope of your education system is a lot better in general. You have to remember, America is a place where people think that honey goes bad.
We do, but don't leave it running all the time, otherwise bill is too expensive.
So like 90% of the honey you get in America is fake. And has corn syrup in it to help it stay syrupy for longer, because there are a good portion of people in America who think when honey crystallizes it's gone bad and you can't use it anymore. They're too stupid to know if they just microwave some water in their microwave and just set the thing of honey in the microwaved water, it will literally turn back into syrup instantly. If it's real honey anyways. Most of the real honey that I buy is already crystally all around the lid and stuff like that. It makes it really hard to open. Because I get it in these like tubs. Like a quart tub. It's like 20 bucks a tub. 20 to 25 bucks depending on what you get. And they get it from all over the place. My favorite, although very hard to come by depending on where you live, is orange blossom honey. It's the best honey I've ever tasted. It actually tastes like what you'd expect orange blossom honey to taste like. It has like a faint hint of like a really floral, orangey...
Are they also the people that are the reason Kinder Surprise eggs are banned?
There's a lot of other things in America that are kind of hilarious. A lot of herbs and spices that they sell on store shelves are freeze-dried in a way that makes them lose almost all of their smell and scent. So like basil here in America smells like dog's ass. It smells like hardly anything. I know that because I show people the basil that I make, and they don't even know that they didn't even know that basil smells that way outside of when they have it on like pizza at a pizzeria. And that's just like normal basil. I grow Thai sweet basil and a purple Thai basil, which is also very, very pungent when you let the leaves ferment. Because that's what I do. It's like a light fermentation, like tea leaves. It's not what a lot of people think when they think of fermentation. It's just a very light process. The best way to do it is to freeze shock the plant and then put it out in a sunny area, and the plant will just wilt to nothing. And as brutal as that sounds, when the leaves crisp up in the sun and then you get like a moist or humid night, then you let the plant sit in the shade and the leaves will kind of like naturally get the right amount of moisture content. And then you can just take it once it's all nice and crispy and hang it indoors until it's at the right moisture level for you to grind it up and put it in a spice container without it like giving off humidity. And you get so much more smell that way because the outside of the plant, like the leaf, stays intact, which through the light fermentation process, the oils on the inside of the leaf that are trapped inside the cellulose have been exposed, basically. Not entirely, but they basically become activated. That's why tea and stuff is lightly fermented in the same way. It's why most tea is like a brown color and not a green color, and makes the water tan because of it. It's the same sort of process. And you get a much, much stronger smell and flavor.
As a whole sounds really messed up. Most of it doesn't sound organic at all, which I'm sure it isn't at all organic, LOL.
Well, it is if you buy organic, but a lot of that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because there are organic things that are just as bad for you as inorganic things. When they say organic, they just mean it was grown in the ground with no real fertilizers, but that's a lie because they just use organic-based fertilizers. Because you can't have a large-scale farm that uses machinery without using fertilizers and using things to till the ground and still burning lots of gases and stuff like that in the process of doing it. Soot from the tractors and shit. But a lot of it is also within standards and regulations, like honey in like Europe or honey in most of the other places in the world has to be within a certain level of like real honey and have a certain amount of like detectable propagules or whatever you call it of pollen in it. Not much, but a detectable amount, whereas most American honey has a non-detectable amount of that because it's either been so filtered or, like I said, it's like maybe less than 10% actual honey, and normally they don't even use real honey. They use like a fake made honey out of the sugars that honey is made out of, and then they'll add like a clover oil to give it that clover flavor to make it taste like, oh, it's red clover honey or whatever the fuck. You gotta watch out for that shit. Because all of that still technically is organic. They don't use any chemicals or GMO stuff in it. But it's still not natural. It's not honey in its natural form. It's adulterated. They try to adulterate everything here because they can get away with it. If they can get away with it, you better bet they're fucking doing it. America's education system sucks and teaches people to be jaded about very specific things and doesn't actually teach them a whole lot, and in fact does a better job at just being like a service boot camp for your kids to be angry at other kids so they can just fuck around and be shitlords for a living. And now they don't even need to do it in person, they can just do it in real life. And I mean, every school has that everywhere, but it's like, that's also just because a lot of our curriculums and a lot of the way that stuff is taught to kids is just not interesting. And it's also behind the average skill level of other countries on an age average. A lot of schools don't get the proper funding for a lot of stuff that they need and actually have to ask for funding from, like, parents and teachers which already had to pay admission for their kids to be in the school in the fucking first place. And then they also have to pay for, like, a lunch thing. And it's just ridiculous. Then don't even get me started on how much like medical stuff over here costs compared to other countries. It's ridiculous. You go to an emergency room and they put an IV in you and they give you like the fluid, the intravenous like IV liquid or something like that. You could go in, get that done, have them give you some medicine or whatever, and you'll leave there. If you don't have insurance, they'll charge you like $1,000+ for that. The IV itself, just the bag of fluid itself in some places can cost upwards of $500 to $700 just to have that fluid be injected into you. When in literally neighboring countries like Canada or countries like Australia, you can have the same thing happen and maybe you'll have to pay a couple $100. Maybe. And that's for like a full service of everything plus like the x-rays and shit like that. And like I said, that's a maybe. That depends highly on the country that you live in and where you live. And what type of like health plan you have, if you even have a health plan. Whereas here in America, if you have insurance, they'll just raise your rates a lot of the time. Unless you're on like the free Obamacare nonsense, which is like terrible because it only covers very specific things. And certain places won't even take you if you're covered by it. Around here at the hospital, they actually advertise the fact that they take it. It's terrible, dude. When I had my lung collapse and had to have a chest tube inserted, that was over $3,000 if I didn't have insurance. In between all the IVs and the medicine that they gave me while I was there, even though I was only there for 3 days. It's over $3,000. Could have bought a used car. Could have bought several cars off of Craigslist. It's amazing how much money they get away with charging you over here. If you've never heard of anything like that, it's ridiculous. Out of all places, if you ever decide to take a trip to America, remember to try and stay clear of anything that can cause you to get into an accident. Or anything that can hurt you and cause you have to have to be hospitalized. Because you will regret that forever. It's so much money for such remedial garbage. Even around here, most of the times I've been to the hospital, because I do have some amount of coverage. Every time I've been to the hospital, it's always like empty. Because the people who aren't covered or people who don't like to go to the hospital just don't. So it's very rarely ever packed where I live. It got so low traffic that they divided the ER into an urgent care because they didn't need half of the emergency rooms that they had. They had like 25 to 30 emergency room things, and they converted one of the entire wings into an urgent care wing because it just wasn't needed. America's average quality of life is terrible. It's one of the main causes of people being just fucking insane douchebags and assholes in America. More than other countries. But it's also just America's a big-ass country. So you just have a wide variety of people. I can't speak for everywhere. I live in one portion of it. And like I always say, it's like 50 countries super glued together that all speak the same language, but no one really agrees on anything. This guy doesn't have a camp. Donk, donk, donk. I wonder if Echo Wave Dragon even does damage when you have Dragon Element on you, which makes you deal no element. Well, it's not like I'm gonna hit him with them anyways. Nope. Doggo. KO. Sleep. Run. Grab his meat.